Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I'm not seeing anything here. Test, test, test. Which one is this? Are you getting it?
Yeah, a little low.
Yeah, let me. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Test, test.
Yeah, still a little low.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Test, test.
Yeah, I think now a little less, just a little less.
Microphone test. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, let's leave it there. That sounds good.
Test.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Big A Anthony Stabile here as we kick off another week at Finger Lakes. Monday, Tuesday racing this week. 8 race card on tap this afternoon. Track is fast, despite a quick shower about an hour ago. Here are the changes for today's races. In race number 1, we start the pick 4, the early pick 4. Please disregard the hood-on races. The last start for the number 3, Socks for Daughters. Disregard hood-on. Raced with a hood in his last start, the number 3, Socks for Daughters. That's in the opener where the early pick 4 begins. Race number 2. A scratch. Take out the 5, Magnificent Mags. Race 2, scratch the 5, Magnificent Mags. In the third, the $1 pick 6 starts in race number 3. Additional workout for the number 4, Hidden War Dance, on May 9th over the Saratoga, Oklahoma training track. 4 furlongs in 51-3 over a fast track. That's for the number 4, Hidden War Dance. And then overweight on the 5, Saratoga Smoke Show, 1 pound over. Again, the $1 pick 6 starts in race number 3. In the fourth, the 50-cent pick 5 starts in race number 4. Workout for the number 5, Looking Grand. May 8th, right here at Finger Lakes, 3 furlongs over a fast track in 38 flat. That's for the number 5, Looking Grand, in race number 4, the start of today's pick 5. In the fifth, the start of the late pick 4. There are no changes. Race 6 kicks off the final pick 3 of the afternoon. And there are no changes in the 6th. The late double starts in race 7. Scratch the 1A. Money Making Kaz. Scratch the 1A. And an additional workout for the number 2, Take the Edge, May 8th. Here at Finger Lakes, 5 furlongs in 102 and 1 over a fast track. Out of the gate for the number 2, Take the Edge, in race number 7. And in the finale, race 8, scratch the 3, Tracy's Girl. In race 8, scratch the 3, Tracy's Girl. Again, fast track to kick off week number 3 of racing here in Farmington, New York. First post for today's 8-race card is at 1:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Coming up next, Takes from the Lakes with yours truly and Dave Mattice. Who is texting me? Could be Mom telling her mom saying she couldn't hear me. Or us. She wouldn't hear you. Now which?
We got time for 62. Just trying to think how much time we have. 40 minutes right now. Welcome to another week here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice with our announcer, Anthony Stabile. Welcome back.
Would you call us the Blues Brothers today?
The blue, yeah, we got almost the same color blue, too.
I am.
Kind of got the.
This
There must have been a memo out this morning.
This is a lucky color for me.
Is it?
Yeah. This is a very lucky color for me.
It was just random because it's the only tie I found this morning, and this is the shirt that matched it.
I have nothing to do with dressing myself.
Oh, okay.
0.0. Mom buys everything. a couple of ties. Nicole bought a couple of ties.
Well, you look sharp.
I met Nicole in this color. That's one of the reasons.
Okay,
it's one
so
of
it's
the lucky
lucky.
colors.
Okay.
Yeah. But yes, so the blue. Yeah, I like blue. My favorite royal blue is my favorite color. So, but this slims me. This color slims me.
It does. I noticed that.
We're like twins,
I
basically.
know
today.
we look exactly
Yeah,
alike.
we look exactly alike today. But yeah, I have nothing to. I don't dress myself. I'm 47, but I do. 0.0 chance of me dressing myself. I would come on here looking like Doink the Clown from the old WWE days.
Well, a lot of people notice I probably shouldn't dress myself.
Afraid of clowns, by the way.
You are.
Deathly afraid of real clowns.
So like that It movie or whatever it was?
No,
Does that
no
bother
problem
you?
with it. No
No?
problem with Pennywise. No, fake clowns, scary clowns. Nothing. Bozo walked in here, buddy. You'd be doing the show yourself. I'd be out that window. I'd find a way out that hole and out that window. And owls.
What? Owls?
Terrified of owls. Owls 1, clowns 2.
Two things. I'm afraid of heights, and I'll admit that.
Yeah,
I'm not afraid of much.
It used to bother me, but
Heights bother me a lot.
owls and clowns are the coldest exactor in the history of my fears.
I know what I'm going to dress up for Halloween now.
Yeah, well, you'll be doing it all. You'll be doing it alone. Todd will be calling the races. I will be nowhere near this place if you dress as an owl clown or a clown owl. Either way, either.
All right. Well, we got 2 days of racing this week. We didn't quite make Wednesday's card. Horses are still, it's the beginning of the year. Horses are still getting in shape. We have a unique type of season where we're off in the winter and then we start in the spring and go all the way to Thanksgiving.
And
so
that's
that
the
happens.
reason, really, right, Dave, for the 4.5 furlong races
Yes,
at the start of
it
the
is.
meet. You want to give the horsemen and women here a little opportunity to get some money back from wintering these horses for 5 months, right? Some horses come down to Aqueduct, some horses go down to Tampa. But for the most part, everybody kind of hunkers down for the winter up here. I joked around, called it hibernation a couple of times, and one of the fans in the stands, my buddy Steve, said to me, that's a great way to put it. It's kind of like hibernation. So you see the 4.5s. There's 1 4.5 today. There's no 4.5s tomorrow. So things will start getting, for the lack of a better term, a little bit more serious. It's not the right term, but it's the first term that kind of comes to mind. So I think now you'll see a little bit more. Not that we haven't had a lot of formful results, but I think you're able to dig your teeth into the PPs a little bit better.
Right.
Right? And,
Yeah, normal type of handicapping where you're just not looking at straight up speed and fitness. And, best horse doesn't always win, as we all know in horse racing. Best horse doesn't always win. There's a lot of other variables. It's tough when you're a deep closer at 4.5 furlongs, let's face it.
100%. Yeah.
Right.
Especially not just the distance, but it just seems to me that going the 4.5, the horses returning with speed have had more success than the horses closing. Whereas
makes
I
sense.
feel like as the distances get longer, I'd almost rather bet a route closer off the layoff than a speed horse off the layoff. Maybe they need one to knock the rust off off the bench. So, yeah, we live and
It
learn.
makes
up here.
sense. And you'll notice horses, even if they're not even closers, stalker types, they're going to be ridden a different way because you
100%.
want to get into the race a little bit, and that affects their performance. And you'll see them going from 4.5 to 6 furlongs now. You'll see the difference where they're going to be able to relax a little bit early and run their best race.
And saving ground, very important. A few people mentioned, especially, that turn comes up pretty quickly going the 4.5 furlongs. So saving ground is important. Like I said about the PPs, fingerlakesgaming.com. The Equibase PPs are free each and every card. I've been tweeting that link out. The fans seem really excited about that. One of the things I know a lot of fans talk about on social media, we're getting Dave going. Dave Tice 28, by the way, at Dave Tice 28 on Twitter.
Yeah, I
free
went
informa-
overnight. I went from 0 to 120 followers because of Anthony.
Not just because of me. You do
It
a
was
great
because
job.
of Anthony.
Free information, something that fans clamor for. Well, we provide it here at Finger Lakes, so you have no excuse. And I've had a couple of fans on Twitter actually say, well, I have no excuse now. I'm going to go download the PPs and start getting ready for the week. We had the Monday PPs up Thursday, I believe.
Yes.
And then the PPs for tomorrow will be up 5:30 tonight. So get over there. Again, fingerlakesgaming.com. Get those free PPs, courtesy of Equibase, each and every racing day here at Finger Lakes.
Yeah, if you're one that likes to look at it early, I mean, I look at it early, but the longer you look at it, the more you change in your mind. Of course, you're going to miss something that you might have seen before. I'm a person that likes to watch a lot of replays anyway.
Right. Yeah.
But Well, we got a 6 furlong race. Oh, I do want to mention, M. Anthony Ferraro, because I'm kind of on the bandwagon today. He's got a bunch of live
Take a
ones.
number, pal.
He's got a bunch of live ones today, but he's off to a hot start with these horses coming back from Florida, which is no surprise. I mean, he does that a lot here early in the year with these fit horses. But, yeah, I'm going to be kind of on the bandwagon here. I know a few of them are going to be short prices, but what are you going to do? First race goes 6 furlongs. It is restricted for 3-year-olds. And kind of narrowing it down to just the 2 horses in a sense as far as, I mean they're young horses, so there are some chances for some of these horses to improve. Maybe they didn't get the best out of them, or maybe they were facing tougher in their previous start. But you got to think, Skylar's Artemis been facing, I mean, the restricted races for 2- and 3-year-olds, but facing mostly New York breds here.
Yep.
And that's the key. That makes those races, the $40,000 maiden claimer, a lot tougher than this one. My only interesting thing was, this is 6 furlongs. This horse has got some speed. You almost rather have been the 4.5 or 5 furlongs they're running, but maybe it was a timing thing of getting this horse in the spot. But he just seems like he's better than these horses.
Yeah, gelding was announced back on April 18th. So
First time.
Yeah, first time gelding, right? He's a fresh gelding, and I like the fact that Ferraro waited the 4 weeks, and it was just reported that day. And it's not like we had an entry day that day. So actually, following protocol and reporting, a good job by the barn doing that. Right. Yeah, I mean, like you said, you'd rather him go 4.5, but he's been a mile and a 16th, 6 and 7 most recently. The blinkers seemed to help last time because it just sharpened them up. I mean, they didn't go that fast, but he was a lot more attentive on the bridle and in the game. The blinkers seemed to really help. He had blinkers on in his debut, but it was a mile off the turf out of that Wilson shoot at Saratoga. Certainly not going to hold that against him as a 2-year-old. And now he just, like you said, that maiden 40. And I just want to point out, I've been pointing this out to my friends downstate. The maiden special weight pot here is 32.6. Yeah. The maiden claiming races in other areas and other circuits are not as high as our special weight race. So you get to keep your pony and win a decent sized pot. I mean, I think Louis Perez, who's off to a good start as well, supposed to just put the sauce on the front end from the rail.
Yeah, you'll see more of these types. But you make a good point. I mean, the 6 rounds has been going longer. You don't have to push that horse out of the gate so much if it was 4.5 furlongs. Yeah. So, I think the natural speed, I mean, 23 and 47 doesn't seem that fast, but 7 furlongs at Aqueduct, as you know, because you handicapped Aqueduct, New York Racing, that's pretty quick.
Yeah.
For a maiden 40. And it wasn't that badly beaten. And mentioned probably a lot to do with the blinkers, put a little more focus and aggression in the horse. And I think that's going to help him here. And it's just really what he's facing. I mean, the only other horse that I thought you could make a case for, the Delaware Boys, who does want more distance than the 4.5, let's face it.
Yep.
Adds the blinkers. Maybe that puts a little bit more focus in this one, and he should be up close. And I think, and we mentioned opening day, hard to say when it's 4.5 furlongs, all the races, but speed was pretty good. So a lot of these horses that are chasing weren't quite getting there, and he's chasing the whole way and finished 4th. I think he probably sits off of Skylar's Artemis and tries to run him down at 6 furlongs. I don't know if he's going to be able to, but he's the biggest threat.
I agree. Yeah, those are the 2 I thought. Halloway, we both have him 3rd. Yeah. He was okay in his debut. The race came back kind of quick, and then I don't know if it was just stakes competition, the sloppy track. I don't know. Stephen Frett rode Socks for Daughters for Jackie Falk first time and stays with this one. So we'll see how it shakes out. But I guess he would be the 3rd horse.
Right. Yeah, he ran pretty good in his debut. All right, second race, we go 5 furlongs.
Look who. Looky here.
What's that?
I'm Anthony Ferraro.
Yeah, no kidding. Scratch the 5, Magnificent Rags, and he wasted no time. I mean, this horse just ran on April 30th, and let's get him back in. Now eligible for the 3 lifetime, and Bustin' Roxy. There is some other speed in here. It might be a little bit tougher, but I think she's the speed of the speed in a sense. She was unchallenged in that last race, but she's quick, and I don't think this field is that much tougher.
It's not that much tougher, number 1, and number 2. The only other horses that have any kind of speed, A, are inside of her, and B, are coming off November and October
Right.
layoffs respectively. So not only does she have the recency advantage, but I think she might just be faster anyway.
Yeah, she might be faster. Sometimes the sharpness makes you quicker than the other horses coming off the layoff. Yeah, Maury Fire is certainly quick enough. She's off the layoff, as you mentioned. PJ Ryder's on the rail. Sweet Sugar Baby, if they can hook up with Bustin' Roxy, that would be one that could maybe stalk and take advantage, getting a little bit, an extra half furlong. She seems like a horse that finishes second a lot, though.
Yeah. And that's that. You put her second, I put her third. I
Yeah.
couldn't agree with you more. It's going to be really hard. Bustin' Rocks, they had the base on balls for the 2 life, coming off with the waiver off the layoff, and now right in where she belongs for the 3 life. I mean, if she comes back to that last race, she's going to beat these horses pretty badly.
Yeah. But again, depends on if somebody could keep up with her early.
Right.
Third race, yeah. Maybe we get the M. Anthony Ferraro show these first few weeks. Third race, a maiden race, going 5 furlongs. We start the $1 pick 6, which is getting hit pretty often.
Every day.
Seems to be, and they're paying good.
Sharpies. I mean, everybody's downloading their PPs on Thursday night. What do you think's happening?
That must be it.
Everybody's firing away. Good job, everyone.
Why not? They're paying pretty well, I would say.
I love carryovers, but I also like when the ticket can be hit affordably,
Yes.
and you just keep putting the money, you just keep churning the money. Right? Because I don't hit, I mean, people, I mean, I'll buy things, but most of my money's just going, right? It's just churn money, right? Everybody has gambling money.
Yeah,
It's
you
not
got to
just
have your
me.
extra money for
Yeah, of
that.
course.
And I'm a small player. And
Right.
so when you're talking about, and those are the best value plays, the pick 5, the pick 6s.
Mhm.
So if you can look
Pick
at that, you
five's
got 2 or 3 singles, that's when you can play a $1 pick 6.
And early on in the year here, I think you can get away with the smaller tickets a little bit more, right? Because it looks like there's a little more standouts, and then
Yeah.
I guess we'll start generating some carryovers as the spring and summer wane on.
Definitely. Okay, this is another maiden race, goes 5 furlongs. And this one makes you think a little bit more than the first couple. I mean, I took a shot on a horse that's off a long layoff. That's not usually my thing. And the horse has been off a long time, since July. But I think Vroom Vroom is a little better than these horses at age 4 now against a bunch of mostly 3-year-old fillies in this race. And that's usually a key for me. But I'm looking at the races that she did face when she was a 3-year-old. Little Miss Sunshine, that's a pretty good one. Her first career start was against War Tapped. So you always look at these horses when you talk about off a layoff. Well, what about their first career start? Definitely a layoff because it's their
Right.
first start. And I don't think she ran that badly because she just ran into War Tapped, who was really good back then. Her last race was a route. She wanted nothing to do with the route. And now she's coming back off the long layoff, which concerns me. That's why I didn't really love anybody in here. But I didn't really like anybody else. Aquilano's getting off to a better start than he had last year. He kind of had an off year last year after being sharp at the beginning of the year every year. But you see these horses are coming out running again for the Aquilano barn. So I'm taking a shot even though the horse is off a layoff. I don't like the layoff, though. And the other horses I like, well, East Harbor's the logical one. East Harbor, obviously the recent races, coming off a route, plenty fit enough. She's coming off a 3rd in March on a mile. Miss Wobbles ran very well in her debut. I mean, she was wide. I think today she's more pressing the speed of Vroom Vroom. I think those are the 2 speeds.
It's very hard for me to say I love Miss Wobbles today,
Okay.
but I like her a lot today. I like the quick turnaround. You know, Linda Dixon, we talked about how the horses all seem to be firing first
Yes.
off, right? Almost half of them hit the board. I love the fact that she ran this horse naked first time. This horse debuted with blinkers, but no Lasix. And from the 9 draw in a race that was dominated by a couple of horses that shipped up from Aqueduct out of a decent enough maiden race, man, I love coming back in 2 weeks, drawing out that cozy outside draw now. Because the truth of the matter is, if Vroom Vroom isn't 100% ready off the layoff, she showed enough speed in her debut, Miss Wobbles, with the race under her belt 2 weeks ago, the Lasix and the outside draw, where I can imagine her being on the Bill Daly today.
You're right.
And a little bit of an extra 16th of a mile to get across and clear. I like her a lot today. I'm going to use her over East Harbor. And I thought Impermanence, who scratched opening week, didn't have the best start in her debut. Again, Deb Breed, Ron Breed, horses are coming back firing off the bench, right? They're getting these horses ready. Maybe at a little bit of a price. She'll probably be like the fourth choice. I want to try and get her, but I like this race. This is one of the races I like today. I like Miss Wobbles. If I can get that 7-2, I'd be very happy.
Yeah, and you make a good point as far as the pace scenario. I mean, Vroom Vroom and Miss Wobble's the only ones that show speed in here.
Yeah.
And, Vroom Vroom, you might be right. She might not be sharp coming off that layoff. And it's not like she's getting the lead in those races last year. But she's chasing some quicker horses. And Miss Wobbles was wide last time from an outside post. She might be able to, with a good break with an aggressive rider, she might be able to get the lead.
And I told you I was going to have a little bit of an Aqueduct bias coming up here.
Yes.
East Harbor is your 2-1 morning line favorite, and I have her second. But, man, was she facing some bad horses downstate. Ooh.
Well, the numbers don't lie.
Ooh. That was a few tough bunches of horses. She did not face much at all down there, so we'll see.
But on fitness, I think you got to use her in the mix.
Yeah, of course. That's the main reason I put her second.
All right. Fourth race at 11-9, never won 2. This one goes again, 5 furlongs. Yeah, I mean, I got the horse off the layoff. War Smoke's a little bit of a tricky read. The horse was off since 2021 until 2023. But the thing is, he won that race. And then the next couple of races against allowance horses aren't that bad. I mean, they really aren't. Now he comes off the layoff since November. Profitability, I don't think that was a very strong maiden field that he beat. You got the other speed would be on the outside, Escape Mission. I think he's inside him. Then you got Captain of My Heart coming off a layoff too, is November. But I don't think he's got the races that War Smoke does. But again, you never like to see that with horses off so long and now returns after a couple of races in the fall at a reduced level at the 11-9 level. But I'm going to lean towards this one as I think he's the best horse in the race.
So I put this horse second.
Okay.
And I reluctantly put this horse second.
You didn't want to use them at all?
3 races in 31 months. 32 months. No, 34 months. I'm sorry, my math stinks. I'm terrible at math. I was in a math science institute in high school. Graduated high school in 4-year program in 3 years.
Yeah.
It was called the Math Science Institute. Horrible in math, horrible in science, just for the record.
So what
don't ask me to dissect anything. I'm going to run a racehorse, but don't ask me to dissect anything. Don't ask me to show you a parallelogram. I can't do any of that.
I was the opposite. I was really good in math, not so great.
Horrible. My English professor told me I was the best reader of Shakespeare he ever had. My parents asked him what he smoked before they came into the parent-teacher conference. That's a true story. I used this horse very reluctantly. He might just beat these horses on memory alone. He might just get in front of them, Dave, and just keep going. That could 100% happen. But, man, is he tough to trust. And there's no way profitability shorter than this horse.
Well, that was the other thing that I was looking at is he's not the favorite in the morning line. So, maybe there's a chance to get a little value. People are scared to play him a little bit.
I was between Miss Wobbles and this horse is my play of the day. And I made Escape Mission my play of the day because I want the first one that's going to come calling on War Smoke. And that has to be, I mean, you want to talk about a race that is void of speed otherwise.
Right.
It is. There is nobody else who can be within. If the race is ridden properly, if Worry just goes with War Smoke and Mikey DeVilla just follows with Escape Mission, they're literally, on paper, they're supposed to be 5 lengths in front of the rest of the field.
Yeah, and it almost seems like War Smoke, if he runs his race, is a lot quicker than Escape Mission.
100%. 100%.
And if he runs his races, you could just control things up front. But you're right, Escape Mission is going to be the first one that's going to have aim on.
That's what I want.
Okay.
That's why. And if this race was at 6 furlongs, it would be a completely different story. But at 5, give me the horse that's going to come and grab him first. Because I do think he's going to come back. I could be wrong, and he might just be better than these horses, but I do think he's going to come back a little bit. So at 5-1 on the morning line, Escape Mission is a crazy price. I hope they dump in on profitability. Listen, profitability will always have a very near and dear place in my heart.
Right.
He was my first call here at Finger Lakes. He won the first race I called here at Finger Lakes. And I will always love that horse. Like Ajnadine, the first thoroughbred race I ever called was on December 13th, 2018. Ajnadine for Kieran McLaughlin and Manny Franco. I will never forget profitability, Kevin Navarro and Jonathan Buckley. But coming back in 2 weeks. He had a perfect setup that day, sitting right behind the speed, grabbed them, and he was coming in from Aqueduct and had plenty of conditioning. Yeah, it was 2 months, but it was 2 months. It was 3 months less of a break than everybody else was coming off in the race. So, I really like Escape Mission today. Like I said, I made it my play of the day. It's 1 for 4 so far. So we have a little catching up to do, but I think Escape Mission can get us into the black on the ROI with the play of the day. I'm hoping he just sits right off of War Smoke. That's how I'm playing the race. I'm betting Escape Mission to win. I'm going to make a box with War Smoke, maybe a small box with the 2 Captain of My Heart as well, because the Linda Dixon horses have been running so well. But man, he's got an awful lot to do. He's 0 for 6 with just 2/3 at the 5 furlong distance. It just looks like they're going to kind of outrun him early, and he's going to have a lot to do for me. So I'm going to make a strong box 4-6 and a small 2-6.
So you could do a 6-6 double from the 3rd and 4th.
I've
Let's
go-
start off a pick 6.
I'm going to.
There you go.
I'm going to.
That's strong play. All right, 5th race, another 5 furlong race, a $5,000 claimer. Yeah, I don't love the horse at the price, but outside to inside for Debo, is this horse just not getting there anymore, or was it maybe a little bit of the post? And maybe it was a little bit of Old Man Winter being sharp on return. And I liked Old Man Winter that day. So
You did. You were on top of him. I wasn't. I liked this horse that day.
yeah, but well, I mean, like I say, he didn't run great. He ran good. But maybe the whole key of going outside to inside, getting the rail from being outside, now you might end up getting good position early behind Stone Guitar and Holy Cowboy. And I could see that kind of a trip in here, as you would call when you're talking about Yonkers, the pocket trip.
Yeah. He's supposed to get a really good trip. Maybe, like you said, out to in.
Yeah, outside to inside. You're going to save ground. You're going to get a pocket trip, and I think that's enough to get him up to get in the winner's circle. I won't take a real short price on this one.
We don't have to pull punches here, right? We can speak freely.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I love you, and I would never knock this horse.
Yeah.
But this horse was horrible the other day.
Okay.
This horse got beat a length and 3/4, and he might as well have got beat 15 lengths.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and you have to understand something too. I'm going to come off as a little pompous every now and then. I remember a Debo that would take these horses and lap them.
Yes, I do remember.
And
when
it's
he was
amazing
that
that his form kind of shows that listen, the whole game's cyclical. But it seems to be right now he's in that 50s rut, right? He had a little groove at the end of last year, and this could bode well to the fact that he hasn't had a break since August, right? A lot of these horses had some sort of a break. He's run 11 times since August 26th, not even August, September. So, you're talking about 9 months. He's run a bunch. As he's fallen down the ranks on the claiming ladder, maybe he needs a little bit of a break. Maybe he needs a little bit more time because he's 0 for the last at least 17 months, and this just isn't Debo. Debo used to win. Debo used to get the money, and he's not firing late. Listen, maybe the 7 hole makes up for the 2 lengths last time. And he's a very listen. You're playing a pick 5, you're playing a pick 6. You'd be a fool not to use this horse today. That's and that's a conversation I guess we can have as we get into the meet.
Well, I could use 3 of them in here.
Absolutely.
I mean, the Stone Guitar on speed, and Son of Darkness just on form. I mean, those are the 3. Would you agree with that? I mean, I see you got Son of Darkness on top.
I mean, I would imagine Jackie's just going to put Son of Darkness on the lead in here. I know Stone Guitar is fast and he's got the race off the layoff, but you know what? I don't know if you feel the same way. I won't put words in your mouth.
Yeah.
He didn't have his speed off the layoff the other day.
No, he didn't.
Right? And they didn't go relatively fast for some of the other. There were some 22 and 2s and 22 and 1s and 22 and 3. They didn't go particularly fast early. And he's another one. Maybe the class relief helps, right? The best hop's a drop, and he's been very competitive for the nickel. But
I didn't mind the trip though with Son of Dark. I've been here so long. I'm familiar with the horse. Mm-hmm. One of the things that I've noticed about him is sometimes he's better, as some of you guys say, with a target. I don't like to say that because that doesn't always hold true. With some horses have time alone on the lead and they don't need a target to run at. But and that's the case too. But it seems like when he's getting close to that wire, he looks for a little competition sometimes. And he has been that type of horse where I know back in the earlier days when he was just a pure speedball, they would send him and he'd win.
you could be right. And if you are right, Jackie.
That's not a bad outside stalking trap.
that's the perfect draw for a
Right.
horse like that, right? Because now, if you're right, and you're probably right about this because you know these horses much better than I do, she can let Stone Guitar go, and they can kind of set the tempo. Now, the danger with that is you go a hair too slow, and you let Debo toe into the race.
Yes.
That's what you don't want to do. I hate doing that with speed horses. Listen, the most precious commodity on the racetrack is speed. If you have it, you use it. You go. You be aggressive. But I can see what you're saying. If you think your horse's best chance is to let somebody else go and to just sit out there, she has a proven target here in Stone Guitar for Son of Darkness. So I'll be curious to see how this race, the chess match in this race here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she hasn't always been a strong finisher in a lot of, at least from her early days.
Okay.
I mean, her early days, she was just a speedball. Speedball went out there and just kept going. But
Yeah, we'll see if he can rate just off and make the one run.
sixth race, a maiden race, going 5 furlongs. Seems to be the theme today. A lot of 5s. Yeah, tough time with this one. I did lean towards the first time starter just on the breeding. I mean, you got like, you picked the same one. Yeah, the Munnings horse out of a dam that was a foal to a stakes winner.
Yep.
I mean, graded stakes winner. And again, maybe I'm a little bit too much on the Anthony Ferraro bandwagon, but 7-2. I don't think this horse. You'll see the money show on this horse. You'll see it.
If this horse isn't favored, I don't want him.
Yeah, that's exactly
That's
true.
the stupidest thing
That's
you can
exactly
say
true.
gambling, right? But if he's not favored, I don't think I want him.
Yeah, it's a Kentucky bred. You know, she's got some decent works in there, at least some steady works for the 5 furlong race. And I mean, I like Dale Avenue's last race. I mean, you got to like her last race. I just think Sky's Winning Bid could be a really good one. We'll see.
Yeah. Here's what I'll say. My old partner would have called this a very lazy pick, and he would have been right. And I'm going to tell you why.
I won't say that, though.
I appreciate that. No, I know you. Believe me. A lot of things you won't do. And I appreciate that. So Sky's Winning Bid, right? 100,000. People are going to see the 100,000. Last year's a 2-year-old. So that is the first question I have. Where's he been? And I think it's a viable question, right?
Right.
The first work on the card, where has she been rather? Isn't until March 9th.
Right.
That's her first published work. Right? Because if there were published works last year, we would have seen them.
Yeah.
So they pay $100,000 for the horse in May, and we don't see her for a year. Okay, so that's kind of strike one. Listen, we both have 4s first here, so
Yeah.
I'm just giving
I'm
you-
not going to say anything bad about your picks. I get the same horse.
Right. I'm just going to give you. I just want to let everybody know that there is a downside to this horse. This horse is
Yes.
going to be favored, right? With that said, Dale Avenue was almost 30-1 last time, and finished second to a horse that was 0 for 12. Beat a horse who's right next door in the 1-hole, Jayla, who is 0 for 16. So what was sandwiched around Dale Avenue were 2 horses that do not like getting their picture taken. At 28-1, she is now going to be 5-2 at best, and if this firster's dead on the board, she's going to be the favorite.
She will be. Yeah, that's true.
She might win by attrition. And then the other horse is Jayla, who was 16-1 and 12.5-1 in her last 2 starts, and she's 0 for 16. I hope my man Andy Gumster isn't laughing because he'd be knocking his baby. But in all seriousness, this horse doesn't have to be much. Do you want to find out at 8-5? We're deciding to find out at 8-5.
Right. Numbers wise, she doesn't have to be much. I mean, Dale Avenue, I thought she was the winner last time coming down the stretch. She started to lug in or whatever she was doing, and she kind of hung a little bit at the late stage. But I thought she could have won that race. Now, the question
Surprised
is,
there wasn't an inquiry there, too, because Call Me Penny kind of came out a little bit as well. Jackie has a great left hand. So, I mean, Jackie did a really good job getting Call Me Penny to the wire that day. I could not pull the trigger on Jayla on Dale Avenue, so I just went to the Moto first.
all right, I'm the same way. How about if you call my pick a lazy pick? I'm not gonna. I'll say what it is. I'm not that.
You
I've
did.
been called worse.
No, but believe me, I'm not calling your pick. We picked the same horse. I'm
I
just
know how to
saying
put my
there's-
hands up and protect myself.
I know you do. There's some downside to that first-time starter.
Yes, I agree.
There's some downside.
I agree, and it's more of a default. But I also like the 7-2 morning line.
Yeah. If we can get any, again,
If
that's
we're
kind of a
picks player.
double-edged sword, right? What are we
Well,
going
but if we're picks
Yeah,
players,
that's true.
we're going into the race.
Yep.
7th race, scratch the 1A, money making Kaz. How do you think? Yeah, I said I'm on a Ferraro band, maybe too much on one.
But this one will
When
be
Anthony doesn't even have the horse picked,
this
I'm
one
in
will be
trouble.
a decent enough price though on the drop.
Yeah, I think he just had no shot last time when he was forced to chase a real good one, and it was over. It was over, and you know he didn't get the lead. It wasn't a race where he could get the lead. I think this is a race he can get the lead, and that's the difference of 4.5. I think it's a weaker field than what he faced last time. He's got a race under his belt. I mean, he is having trouble sustaining his speed anyway. Since when we first saw him last year, when he came out of the box last year to Finger Lakes, man, he was sharp and quick. And I think that's the type of race he needs. I think he needs to get to the front, which he's unable to be doing, because I think he's quicker than New York Riesling. That's my opinion, that he's quicker than that horse. And it's just a matter of can he sustain that speed, at least getting the class reduction to 11 to 9. That might make him good enough. And again, a little bit of a price at 7 to 2. I don't mind taking speed at 4.5 furlongs.
I'd love to know what happened last year.
Yeah, right?
Boy, what a fall off, huh?
Yeah.
He ran him back in 2 weeks. Ferraro ran him back in 2 weeks from the good third, second fastest number of his career in the condition claim and condition allowance race. Now you could excuse the Lasix in the Ontario County,
Yes.
but then I don't know what happened at Charlestown. And then the real problem is the race at this level. But you know what? This horse actually didn't race that badly last time, way over his head, because he's just not an allowance horse anymore. I don't think.
And he's not getting the lead.
Right. I mean, and I think his problem in here is if he's fallen off. There was a time where he was faster than New York Riesling, but I don't know if those days have passed. So he was. You had to do what you did,
Yeah.
or what I did. You had to pick him or toss him.
Or toss him, right?
I don't think.
No, I agree with that.
He's not. I don't think he's going to finish second or third.
If
He's
you
gonna
don't
finish
think
first or fifth.
If you don't think he's going to get the lead,
Yeah.
I could totally agree with what you're saying.
And
I think he is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I obviously don't.
Okay.
So I think New York Riesling is going to get in front of these horses because again, I have confidence, and I could be wrong, but I have confidence in the Linda Dixon barn and Naz Alvarado to just be aggressive. And as a rider, I think you have to acknowledge that these wise guy might not have that speed anymore. At the very least, you got to find out using your best weapon, and your best weapon is your speed, right? Because at this point in time, he might be faster than him. Now he's got to deal with the layoff, and this is what's interesting. The only 4.5 furlong race of the day. Can New York Riesling slip the fastball by them in here?
Yeah.
With the position on these wise guys, we'll see. That was the other thing too.
The,
They're right
the
next-
break could matter.
Yeah.
I mean, if one of them doesn't get a sharp break, I mean that's game over.
right next to each other now
Yeah.
too, with money making Kaz coming out of the field. So now they're right next to each other. Should be an interesting, again, another little chess match here. I didn't like these wise guys. Like I said, if you like them, I can understand that. Fighter Kite, Lasix certainly seemed to help this one, and got the job done for the 2 Life. Like New York Riesling, Fighter Kite in for the waiver. So a free shot at the 3 Life condition here for both New York Riesling and Fighter Kite. Everybody else in for the tag. I thought it was those two.
I threw a price horse in for a second. I mean, I thought maybe Lucky Mucho Man could pick up some pieces here a little bit with everybody chasing. And, you know, Ramon Vasquez, I think you're familiar with the son. Ramon Vasquez is a very underrated trainer. He only had a few horses last year, but his ROI had to be phenomenal with the few wins that he had.
This horse's value gets a little better too with the scratch of money making Kaz. who
Yes.
I know they would be betting Lucky Mucho Man out of the entry, but people love entries. So
You'll get a price.
Yeah, you'll get a little bit of a better
You'll
price
get a
now
price.
too.
And that's what I want, because I don't think he'll be the favorite, but a 3-1, 4-1 shot. 8th race goes 5 furlongs. We scratched the 3. Tracy's Girl. I could have gone a few different ways in this race, and I had a tough time, and I changed my opinion a couple times, but then one of the things that kind of pushed me on Maddie's Surprise was I don't think Bad Connection could go all the way if she's got any kind of pressure. If Motley Sue's breathing down her throat a little bit, I think Maddie Surprise off of her last race should be tough. I mean, War Tapped was War Tapped. I mean, we didn't know what we were going to expect from War Tapped that race.
Galloped.
I mean, it just won pretty easy and would do the same against this field. So Maddie Surprise, only a few lengths behind that horse, was facing tougher. That was the first time dropping to the $5,000 level and didn't run that badly. She's chasing that one, and nobody was going to beat War Tapped. Let's face it. And you look at her past races, they're against tougher. I just think she might get a good enough trip if Bad Connection gets out there. Even if Bad Connections gets the lead on Motley Sue, Motley Sue's going to make an early enough move that Maddie Surprise can be close enough and maybe chase them both down. And then I used Motley Sue. You know, I don't know how good Motley Sue is. I mean, she was kind of a money burner last year after she put in a good race. But you know what? The good race that she had, the wins, she did have things her own way. I mean, they went pretty slow, and she was alone on the lead. So it's tough to gauge how good she's going to be off the layoff. Unbridled Rain won off the layoff last year. That's notable. And didn't beat much that race, but she did win off the layoff, so she runs well fresh, and she's got good form. She's another one that could pick up the pieces in here. So.
We saw the race exactly the same.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly the same. I have nothing really to add. Now this is
because we got the same color.
This isn't a lazy pick. This is just being lazy. Period. I really have nothing to add. You said it perfectly. Yeah, I mean, I think I certainly would use 2, 4, and 5
yes.
in all multis. I would try and fade Bad Connection in here. Bad Connection is the favorite. Bad Connection, I think, is a bad favorite. So I'm going to try and fade Bad Connection. I would use the other 3 and hope for the best.
Right. I mean, her best shot, if inside speed's good, I think if you see that through the first few races, then you use Bad Connection. Otherwise, you got to think that she stops most of the time. And even on a short distance of 5 furlongs, I think Motley Sue maybe not sent out there right with her right away, but she's going to make an early move that she'll be with her.
And the 5 furlong distance returning is probably good for Motley Sue. She ran really well in her debut, going 5.5 as a 2-year-old, as a 3-year-old rather. She ran really well, going 4.5 off the layoff. I mean, 4.5. She won by 4.5 last year. I don't think 5 would have been an issue for her. But as these distances get longer, so I think you got to get getting when the getting's good, and at the 5 furlongs with the free ride for Motley Sue, I think she makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we see the race the same.
Yeah.
You know, looking ahead, we got another card tomorrow. Got to remind you, we did cancel Wednesday's card, but we got the Preakness coming up this week. We got all that action right here at Finger Lakes. We had a good crowd for the Derby too, by the way, and we expect a pretty decent crowd for the Preakness as well. Any early?
Well, I think it's a field of 9. Copper Tax came out this morning. I think Dave Grenning was reporting that Copper Tax is out, so it looks like it's a field of 9. I don't know. We'll have the field tomorrow, so we could talk about it a little bit tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah.
I'll probably throw a few dollars away on Chasing Freedom again. I got his name right this time. And but Muth is going to be
Right, a heavy favorite,
7
right?
to 5, right?
Was the I didn't see what.
No, they didn't finish the.
They didn't finish it
all yet.
But yeah, that horse is going to be a heavy favorite.
But most importantly, we're open at 10 o'clock Saturday.
Oh God, I got to open. I'm the one opening the.
Sorry,
the
buddy.
gates.
You gotta.
Can I come in a little later? Are you gonna be around?
I don't. If I made that call, I'd let you call your own shots. You know that. You're my partner. You let your partner do what he wants. 10 o'clock for Saturday. There's advanced Black-Eyed Susan wagering on Thursday.
Yes.
There's advanced Preakness wagering starting Friday on the whole card. So come on out, 10 o'clock Saturday morning. That'll be fun.
Have you ever been to the Preakness?
I have. I've been to quite a few Preaknesses, obviously. Actually, when I was with HRRN, and then I used to write for a website called Vegas Insider. I don't do anything for them anymore, but I went to the Derby, and I went to the, well, I always go to the Belmont, but I shouldn't say always. I'm not going this year. I didn't go last year. I'll be at Mohegan Sun. I'll be at Mohegan Sun. Yeah, it is. It is. I'll be downstate, though. The Preakness is a lot of fun.
Oh, my God. It's a day I'll never forget.
Preakness is a lot of fun. I was there for some good ones. So I was there for Rachel. I was there for Big Brown. I was there for Cloud Computing, which is one of the stupidest days of my life. I should have walked out of there with $40,000. I walked out with $40. That was a dopey day. I was there for Justify in the Fog. I have some great pictures.
Oh, wow.
Sounds ridiculous, but I have some great pictures of the fog from the justified.
I don't even think I saw a horse race when I went to the Preakness back when I was in college back then.
You probably did.
I don't even think that was a crazy on the infield. Crazy.
Were you
day.
the original Kegasis, Dave?
The what?
Do you remember Kegasis, this thing they had a few years ago?
Pegasus, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that was in the 90s. So
You're the original Pegasus?
it was a crazy day, and I think Goo Goo Dolls were playing or something, and it was playing on the infield.
Why don't you just slide?
Well, that was them. That was believe me, it was a
Buffalo's
day.
own.
It was a day. Was it? Are they from Buffalo?
Buffalo's own.
See, I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. They had like 3 albums before Name and Long Way Down. What else was on there? Name, Long Way Down was on that, the big album, and then was with a boy named Goo.
Was it
And then,
Iris was the one? Was that
Iris
Yes.
was on the City of Angels soundtrack, and then
Okay.
came on the next album with Black Balloon and Slide. That was the real big album.
I wouldn't even know that much, and I didn't even really know what they were playing.
Yeah.
Anyway, I hope everybody enjoys this week. Remember, Preakness Week, as we just mentioned, we got live racing today and tomorrow with a couple of 8-race cards, so should be a lot of fun. Get in there, play the pick 5s and pick 6s.
I gotta go call some races.
All right, you got to get up there.
See you mañana.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for the opener, a rider change being announced for the first time in race number 3. Rider change on the 4, Hidden War Dance, to Heeman Harkey. Heeman Harkey rides the 4, Hidden War Dance. Please waive the apprentice allowance. Correct weight should read 124 pounds. Again, Heeman Harkey rides the 4, Hidden War Dance, in race number 3. The field for race 1 as we kick off week 3 here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, making its way onto the track. The early pick 4 starts here. The 1 is Skylar's Artemis. Luis Perez rides. The 2 is Holloway. Stephen Fretz in the saddle. The 3 is Socks for Daughters. And Jackie Davis. The 4 is the Delaware Boys and Kevin Navarro. The 5 is More Valor. Heeman Harkey rides. And the 6 is Mortgage Rate with Emmanuel De Diego. All right, we'll kick off week 3 here, folks. Thanks for joining us today. Don't forget, free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of Equibase. Go download them today. Tomorrow's will be out at 5:30 tonight. And please note, no racing this Wednesday. Live racing for this Wednesday has been canceled. Monday and Tuesday this week. Hope to pick up Wednesdays next week, May 22nd. All right. Again, early pick 4 kicks off here. The 1, Skylar's Artemis, the gray on the screen, makes the first start for Ferraro Jr. Big start to the meet for the barn. 5 for 14 the opening 2 weeks. 4 others hit the board. This one gets the ultimate equipment change. Fresh gelding for this start. His first since mid-February down at the Big A. Flash speed and tired when he was first-time blinkers. Now he's a fresh gelding. Gets the circuit switch. Skylar's Artemis from the rail in a race that does not seem to have any other speed. Should be tough. Our first 6 furlong race of the meet. We'll see if Skylar's Artemis can take him flag fall for that. So our current favorite here, the number 4, the Delaware Boys at 4-5. I'm a little surprised that this one's shorter than Skylar's Artemis. Has the recency, having run here opening day. Blinkers go back on. This horse made 2 starts to kick off his career with blinkers to no avail. Seemed to be a little bit better with some moisture in the ground. We had a shower earlier. Track looks to be in great shape, though. Great job by the track crew. I don't know. The blinker's going back on. Maybe he can show a little bit more speed. I always thought this horse maybe wanted 7/8. And the race, he went a mile. He was given a terrible ride back in March. So I thought maybe he didn't want to go that far, but I think he just got a terrible ride that day. No speed was used. I don't think he's as fast as Skylar's Artemis, but he should be the one pocketed up to him. 4-5, though, that's not a good price. The 2, Holloway, could be the interesting one in here. Source ran really well first time out at 17.5-1 for Jackie Falk. Stephen Fret stays on this Falk runner as opposed to the 3 Socks for Daughters who just ran in the first race of the meet. Holloway then tried State Bred Stakes competition on a sloppy sealed track. You couldn't get 2 more different tracks than the one he ran on in his debut and the one he ran on just less than 3 weeks later. He gets Lasix, a little bit of a layoff. We'll see how Holloway does. He's now 10-1. He's a nice alternative to the two chalks in here. I went 1-4-2. See if we get Skylar's out on his skate to wire here. In the Monday lid lifter for week number 3. Preakness Day this Saturday, May 18th. We kick open the doors at 10 a.m. Come on in early, bet often. You can watch the entire Pimlico card here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack this coming Saturday to see if Mystic Dan can win the second jewel of racing's Triple Crown. That's Saturday. This is today. Post time for the opener. A little over 2 minutes away. Best of luck in the early pick 4 here at Finger Lakes. Two minutes. The field for the opener is turned and headed to the starting gate. You have 1 minute to post. The field for race 1 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Set to load for the Monday opener. First in is your odds-on favorite, Skylar's Artemis. Holloway's next. Here's his barnmate, Socks for Daughters, going in. The Delaware Boys loads. Don't forget, free Equibase PPs. Just head over to fingerlakesgaming.com for each and every racing day here at Finger Lakes. More Valor loads. And the last one in is Mortgage Rate. They're in the gate. And they're off on the outside. There's More Valor for the lead to the inside. That's Socks for Daughters between horses. Stablemate Holloway, and then at the rail is the favorite Skylar's Artemis as they make their way up the back stretch. The two trailers are the Delaware Boys and Mortgage Rate, who've now moved up to third and fourth. Up front, More Valor has the lead. Skylar's Artemis presses from the inside. The gray hooks More Valor early. On the outside, 3 wides, the Delaware Boys, 4 wide, Mortgage Rate through a 23-second opening quarter. Gap of 3.5 lengths to Holloway, and the trailer is Socks for Daughters, 4 of them across the track as they make their way around the far turn, led by Skylar's Artemis. The Delaware Boys attacks, 3 wides, Mortgage Rate dropping out of its More Valor. Both Socks for Daughters and Holloway have about a half dozen to make up. The field getting ready to spin off the turn into the stretch to a 46 4.5. Skylar's Artemis trying to see it through now. The Delaware Boys with dead aim. 3 deep is Mortgage Rate. These 3 have 2 lengths on Holloway, who's trying to chime in late. And Socks for Daughters and Jackie Davis. Midway through the stretch, the Mortgage Rate just hit the lead. Skylar's Artemis far outside. Here comes Socks for Daughters. Almost home is Mortgage Rate. Battling back Skylar's Artemis. Skylar's Artemis, Mortgage Rate, 3 wide. Socks for Daughters. It was Mortgage Rate. In the opener, Mortgage Rate won it at 15-1 here at Finger Lakes. That's a photo finish. Hold all tickets. Number 6, Mortgage Rate was first. 1, Skylar's Artemis second. 3, Socks for Daughters third. 2, Holloway was fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 6, Mortgage Rate. The 3-year-old gelding, a son of Central Banker, out of the Violence Mare. You Make Me Blush, bred in New York. Owned and trained by the cigar-toting Ralph D'Alessandro, winning rider, Emmanuel De Diego, and it's official. $2 exact to 6-1, 82 even. 50-cent try, 613-210.75. And the 10-cent super, 6-1, 3-2, $74.20. Race 2 comes up next. Pick 3. First pick 3 of the day offered in race 2. Scratch to 5 Magnificent Mags. Race 3, a rider change for the 4, Hidden War Dance to Heeman Harkey and make the weight 124 pounds. And there are no changes in race 4. Post time for race number 2 is in about 19 minutes. Don't forget, this Saturday, the Preakness Stakes Derby winner Mystic Dan goes for the second jewel of Thoroughbred Racing's Triple Crown. Watch and wager on all the action from historic Pimlico Racecourse in Baltimore, Maryland, right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Racing, the gates open at 10 a.m. Preakness post time is set for 7:01 p.m. Advanced wagering begins on Thursday. Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, your home for simulcast action for the Preakness this Saturday, May 18th. Live racing Monday and Tuesday this week. No racing on Wednesday. Live racing today and tomorrow here at Finger Lakes. And don't forget to join us on Memorial Day here at Finger Lakes. First post is 1:15. Our first stakes of the season, the $50,000 George W. Barker. It's a Memorial Day tradition. The $50,000 George W. Barker is the first stakes of the season. It will be run at 6 furlongs featuring the top New York Road sprinters here at Finger Lakes. There'll be a chicken barbecue from noon to 5 p.m. Get a half a barbecue chicken, sweet roll, buttered spuds. Somebody's going to tell me what that's all about for just $15. It's located near the lower clubhouse pavilion outdoors while supplies last. If you are on track, Memorial Day Monday, May 27th. Pick up a free Finger Lakes program in the lower clubhouse or upper grandstand beginning at 11:30 a.m. Earn and get racing voucher from noon to 4. Earn 5 base points on any gaming machine and print your ticket and bring it to the Lucky North Club for a $5 voucher to wager on the races here at Finger Lakes. They'll be had at bet seminars at 12:15 and 12:45. And backed by popular demand, the Fairport Hots food truck will be on the track apron selling all your summertime favorites during the races right in front of the track, grandstand side. That's 2 weeks away. Monday, May 27th, Memorial Day at the races. First post 1:15. All here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack.
11 minutes post for race number 2. A little bit of a long shot in the first to get the card started. Mortgage Rate, big price with the outside stalking trip. Emmanuel Di Diego for Ralph D'Alessandro. A little value to start things off. Second race, a 5 furlong event. 11-9 claimer, never won 3 condition. 4 fillies and mares. Some early money on the 3, Bustin' Roxy. Consistent horse. She did have some trouble sustaining her speed at the end of last year. A couple of those times she did have relatively easy leads, and she stopped in the late stages, but that was going 5.5 and 6 furlongs. Got a nice confidence builder off the layoff last time, going 4.5, relatively unchallenged in that race, and she'll try to make it 2 in a row if she can clear for the lead here and keep it together. Bustin' Roxy looking to go 2 for 2 to start off the season. She's at odds of 3 to 4. Maury Fire is the interesting one, as she does have the numbers to win this race. She came from Saratoga off the layoff last year. It was off a long layoff and ran a good third behind 'Cause You're Pretty. If you're not familiar with 'Cause You're Pretty, she was an awfully good 3-year-old in 2023. And actually the top 2 finishers both came back to win out of that April 24th race. If she could repeat that effort, and she was facing some tough customers in those allowance races, kind of tailed off a little bit at the end of the year last year, but she's certainly capable if she's ready to roll here off of the layoff. And she does have that tactical speed, which will keep her close with Bustin' Roxy in race number 2. Sweet Sugar Baby is one that's going to be trying to make a late run in here after Bustin' Roxy if that one stops in the late stages. She ran okay in her season debut, 4.5, probably a little bit short for her. Plus she ran into War Tapped. War Tapped, nobody was beating War Tapped that day. So it was a question of whether the real War Tapped would be there, and she certainly was. So no shot in there. She was on the waiver claim. She comes back here stepping up in class a little bit. But, you know, when you consider who she faced that race, War Tap would probably have beaten an 11-9 field. So not really a big step up for Sweet Sugar Baby. So that's some of the contenders for race number 2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts at here. We do scratch the 5, Magnificent Mags.
The field for race 2 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is PJ's Rider with Andre Wari. The 2 is Amore Fire. Michael DeVilla Jr. rides. The 3 is Bustin' Roxy with Cabercoa. The 4 is Sweet Sugar Baby and Anthony Rodriguez. Scratch to 5, Magnificent Mags. The 6 is Ice Love with Luis Perez. That's your field for race 2 as we kick off the first pick 3 of the day. Chalk Eating Weasel roll goes to yours truly again. Gonna try the number 3, Bustin' Roxy. Looking to be our first 2-time winner at the meet. She won fairly easily opening week here. Got to the lead and just kept going 4.5. I would imagine she's able to put the other 2 speeds away in here. Although PJ's Rider is pretty fast from the rail. We'll see how she comes back from the layoff back in for a tag. Philmar Loiza with Bustin' Roxy should be able to get in front of PJ's Rider and Amore Fire. I put Amore Fire second. Coming off the October layoff, James Aquilano's horses have all come back firing. He had the board with all 4 of his runners the first couple of weeks. 2 of them won. This filly ran 3rd off of the layoff last year, a July to April layoff, even a longer one than this year, and ran into the Shrieking 'Cause You're Pretty back then. Tried this level for the 3 life twice last year after winning the 2 life 3 starts back. Just missed and then kind of tailed off. I'm assuming that's the reason for the break. Like I said, the Aquilano horses have coming back really, really well. Dave was talking earlier about how he didn't really fire well off the bench last year, but it certainly seems that he has righted that ship and has these horses ready to roll, first asking for the season. And Sweet Sugar Baby, War Tapped was an absolute buzzsaw last week, 2 weeks ago, I should say. And if she found her form from days of yore, this could be a long summer for some of the other fillies and mares she faces up here at Farmington. Sweet Sugar Baby had a nice little return off of a November layoff. Closed well. Deb breeds horses, Ronnie breeds horses. They all came back running well. This one was no exception. Maybe if she can get the 3 inside fillies to duke it out in some sort of way, a duel or a scrum, what have you, maybe she could be the one that picks up the pieces. Because I think the other 2 players in here do have a lot of early speed, Amore Fire and Bustin' Roxy. We'll see how it shakes out on the front end. 3 to 5 on Bustin' Roxy. That's where I land here. First pick 3 of the day again kicks off here. Best of luck in race 2 here at Finger Lakes. Less than a minute. And the field for race 2 is behind the gate, and it's post time. First to load is PJ's Rider. Amore Fire is up next. Heavy favorite, Bustin' Roxy, looks to be our first two-time winner here for the 2024 Finger Lakes meeting. Sweet Sugar Baby goes in. Gray filly. Mare, I should say. And the last to load is Ice Love. They're in the gate. And they're off. Ice Love off just a beat slowly. There's the favorite, Bustin' Roxy, for the lead. Amore Fire hustling, try to stay in contention in second. 2.5 lengths back along the rail is PJ's Rider. Then we come back to Sweet Sugar Baby to Gray. She's 5 lengths for the lead, and 5 more back to Ice Love, who trails. Up front, Bustin' Roxy dealing with Amore Fire through a wicked opening quarter of 22-2. They've opened up 3-4 lengths on Sweet Sugar Baby, who rushes into contention. Dropping back a bit as PJ's Rider. Nothing from Ice Love midway on the turn. Bustin' Roxy just put away Amore Fire. Amore Fire trying to re-rally, but Bustin' Roxy takes them into the stretch. A 4-length lead. Amore Fire giving chase. Then we come back to Sweet Sugar Baby. A late rally up the inside from Ice Love, but they come past the 16th pole, and it's all Bustin' Roxy. She was in front from the start, and she's going to win it by 4 at the end. Amore Fire second, then Sweet Sugar Baby and Ice Love here in race number 2. Number 3, Bustin' Roxy was first. 2, Amore Fire second. It's a photo for third. Number 4, Sweet Sugar Baby was third, and the 6, Ice Love, finished fourth. Race 2 is official. $2 double, 6-3, 74 even. $2 exacta, 3-2, $6.50. 50-cent try, 3-2-4, $3.55. 10-cent super, 3-2-4-6, $1.19. In the winner's circles, number 3, Bustin' Roxy. 3-year-old daughter of Bustin' Stones, out of the tail of the cat mare, Rockin' MZ, is bred in New York. She's owned by All in the Family Racing, trained by M. Anthony Ferraro, winning rider, Cabercoa. Race number 3 comes up next. It starts today's $1 pick 6. Here are the changes for the remaining races. Here in race 3, a rider change on the 4, Hidden War Dance, Taheem Harkey. Harkey rides the 4, make the corrected weight, waive the apprentice allowance, 124 pounds. 124 pounds for the 4. And the number 5, Saratoga Smoke Show, is 1 pound over. No changes in races 4 or 5 or 6. Turn to race 7, we have a scratch. Take out the 1A, Money Making Kaz. Race 7, scratch to 1A. And in race number 8, scratch to 3, Tracy's Girl. Race 8, scratch to 3, Tracy's Girl. Post time for race number 3, the start of the $1 pick 6, is in just over 17 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 3 and Bustin' Roxy. Deja vu all over again. She was able to handle that field. Just ran on April 30th. Comes back today on the 13th and takes care of business. Kiberkoa for M. Anthony Ferraro takes race number 2. Third race starts the $1 pick 6. Look at the board. The 3-horse Vroom Vroom getting some play, and not really a surprise. It's the only issue and the main issue would be the fact that she's been off for so long. She's been off since July of last year, 10 months, and her last race was a route that wasn't that good. Maybe she didn't want anything to do with that route. She's got good early speed. She's inside of Miss Wobbles, and it's just a matter of is she fit and sharp enough to get out there and beat this group. Now, you look at some of the company kept. She's facing all 3-year-olds pretty much in this race with the exception of Hidden War Dance. The 4-horse is the only other 4-year-old in the field, so this should be easier for her. She was running against some good 3-year-olds last year when you look at horses like Little Miss Sunshine and War Tap when War Tap was good. So if Vroom Vroom's on her game and runs her numbers from last year, she can beat this field, and she's at odds of 6-5. Other horses to consider, you got the 2 East Harbor turning back in distance. At least she's got some fitness with 2 top 4 finishes in a row going longer. So she comes in here against a softer group with that fitness, which should put her in the mix. She's at 9-2. Miss Wobbles is on the outside. She didn't take much money in her debut. She went off at odds of 32-1, but she ran okay against a pretty decent group, and she was wide chasing in that race. She looks to be the other speed. She'll add Lasix for this race, and not out of it is Miss Wobbles, getting a little bit of early action at odds of 9-2. We do start the pick 6 here, becoming a popular bet. It's a $1 pick 6, Exacta Super Daily Double, and pick 3 also offered.
The field for race 3, the start of today's $1 pick 6, is coming out onto the track. Rider change for the 4, Hidden War Dance to Heeman Harkey, and waive the apprentice allowance, make the weight 124 pounds. Here's the field for race 3. The 1 is Impermanence with Anthony Rodriguez. Number 2 is East Harbor. Carlos Camilo's in the saddle. The 3 is Vroom Vroom with Kevin Navarro. The 4 is Hidden War Dance. Note the rider change to Heeman Harkey. The 5 is Saratoga Smoke Show. Emmanuel De Diego looks for his second win on the card. There's Saratoga Smoke Show, and we saw the 6 Miss Wobbles with Nazario Alvarado. That's your field 4, race number 3 as we kick off the $1 pick 6. You guys have hit it each and every day. 4 racing cards, 4 hit pick 6s. Congratulations. I like the number 6, Miss Wobbles, in here. I almost made it my best play of the day. 2-1 currently. Linda Dixon and Naz Alvarado teaming up. Pretty potent team up here in Finger Lakes. I don't see a lot of speed in this race. And this filly debuted opening day in the last race of the day. It was dominated by a couple of fillies and mares coming up from Aqueduct. Exited a pretty live maiden claiming event for state breds. This filly ran open. Only one non-New York bred in here, and that's the favorite Vroom Vroom, who I don't like. I think Miss Wobbles can get to the front. I love the fact that Linda Dixon ran this horse without Lasix first time. I thought that was a great move. See what she has. Went off a giant price. Now, ordinarily, I don't like betting horses off giant prices in their debut that run really well. She didn't run really well. She didn't hit the board, so she's a little hidden. I think she's 5-2 by attrition in here. Vroom Vroom off the layoff, I think is a little tough to trust, but they're making her 7-5. I went with the 6 Miss Wobbles, 2 East Harbor second. Boy, she might be coming in from Aqueduct, but those were not tough fields she faced, and she didn't do an awful lot of running. Her lines look a little dressed up. Yeah, she was 4th, 2 back, but it was a 5-horse field. Yeah, she was 3rd last time, but it was a 7-horse field, and they went a mile and 140. Cuts back to 5, gets the circuit relief. But she's your second choice in here, co-second choice with Miss Wobbles. And she faced some suspect horses down at the Big A. The one in permanence is a little interesting. Deb Breed ran this horse for a tag debut. Compete just 5 lengths after a poor start. That was on a muddy sealed track. Now she gets a fast track for the first time. She tries older. There's only 2 older horses in here, 3 and the 4. She breaks inside. Maybe she has some speed. I don't know. Her work tab doesn't really show that she's blazing, but Deb Breed's horses all been running well. First off the bench, I put her 3rd. 6-2-1 for me here in race number 3. Don't forget free PPs over at EchoBase. Courtesy of EchoBase over at FingerLakesGaming.com. Best of luck in the pick 6. Post time for race number 3 is in over a minute. Two minutes to post. 2 minutes. the field for race 3's behind the gate, and it's post time. Start of today's $1 pick 6. Impermanence beat the rest of the gate after a little delay goes in. Next up is East Harbor. One of 3 taking action in here. Your favorite currently, number 3, Vroom Vroom, off the layoff goes in. Hidden War Dance. The gray Saratoga Smoke Show goes in. Last to load is Miss Wobbles. They're in the gate. And they're off from the outside. There's Miss Wobbles for the lead. Vroom Vroom challenges to the inside. Along the rail, there's Impermanence. Gap of a length and a half to East Harbor. The 2 trailers are Saratoga Smoke Show and Hidden War Dance up front. Miss Wobbles speeds off to a 3.5 length lead. It's Miss Wobbles, Vroom Vroom, and Impermanence battle for second now. Gap of 3 more to East Harbor as they click off an opening quarter of 22-3. Miss Wobbles and Nazario Alvarado keeping her to her business on the front end. Impermanence moves into second. The favorite Vroom Vroom has to do more. East Harbor trying to chime in. Just moved into third, then Saratoga Smoke Show and Hidden War Dance. Off the turn and into the stretch. Miss Wobbles trying to hold off the rally of Impermanence, and on the far outside, East Harbor. Miss Wobbles past the 8th pole, a dwindling length. Here comes Impermanence. Miss Wobbles has them. Impermanence tried to hook her. Miss Wobbles, Impermanence goes by. Impermanence has a length lead. Miss Wobbles, Impermanence by 2. Then it was Miss Wobbles and East Harbor. Vroom Vroom settles for 4th. In the 3rd at Finger Lakes. Number 1, Impermanence was first. 6, Miss Wobbles second. 2, East Harbor third. 3, Vroom Vroom was fourth. Race 3 is official. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 1, Impermanence. The 3-year-old daughter of Encaustic out of the Bernstein mare Queen Bonnie. Bred in New York, owned by CP Thoroughbreds LLC, trained by Deborah Breed, winning rider A-Rod Anthony Rodriguez. $2 double, 3-1, $50 even. $2 exacta, 1-6, 170 even. 50-cent try, 162, 140, 50. And the 10-cent super, 1623, $29.45. Race 4 comes up next. It kicks off the 50-cent pick 5. No changes here in race 4. Post time for the 4th is in just over 19 minutes. Don't forget, live racing today and tomorrow here at Finger Lakes. Canceled this Wednesday, May 15th. Don't forget to come on out, though, for Memorial Day, 2 weeks from today. Food truck, chicken barbecue, free live racing programs, earn and get racing voucher, how to bet seminars, and of course our first stakes of the meet, the $50,000 George W. Barker, a Memorial Day tradition. Here at Finger Lakes, Monday, May 27th, first post is at 1:15.
Horse in the paddock for race number 4, getting some prices here through the first 3 races. Impermanence for Deborah Breed, and Breed's off to a hot start in 2024, and Anthony Rodriguez aboard that one. This slight step up as she ran in 2-year-old claimers last year, first start of the year. They've been sharp, these Breed horses, coming out of the box, and that one gets a victory at a pretty good price. Got that one in a pick 3 or pick 4. You got something good going. 4th race, an 11-9 claimer, going 5 furlongs. And looking at this one, some early money on the 4, War Smoke. Maybe vulnerable in the fact that he has had a lack of activity since October of 2021, came off a long layoff going into July of 2023. So he got a year and a half off. Well, he won, but he's only had 2 starts since. And now he arrives with less of a layoff, but since November, he's just better than these horses, and he's dropping in class to 11-9. But again, it's a risky play when you consider the lack of activity and if he's on his game. But War Smoke, certainly his best, would wire this field. The 3 profitabilities off of a maiden victory look good. He did what he had to do. 4.5 was probably too short for him. 5 furlongs still might be a little short against these horses. But he did beat those horses on fitness and on talent. He was still able to get up to, and then held off another closing Go-Grad, who ran pretty decently. I think that horse hit the board in his next start as well. So profitability, if he could take a step forward, second start back over the track and getting a little more distance, an extra half furlong, that's going to only help profitability. The 2 is Captain of My Heart. He's making his first start off the layoff. Some consistent form towards the end of the year at this level. And he's one that can sit and make a run here, or at least chase down War Smoke, and maybe Escape Mission would be the other one that's got some early speed. Captain of My Heart for the Dixon barn, who's doing relatively well so far, is another one to consider in race number 4. We start the pick 5 with this race. Exacta Super and Daily Double also available.
The field for race 4. The start of today's 50-cent pick 5 is on the track. The 1 is 30 Oysters with Carlos Camilo. The 2 is Captain of My Heart with Nazario Alvarado. Here's the 3, Profitability with Kevin Navarro. The 4 is War Smoke with Andre Worry. The 5 is Looking Grand with Heeman Harkey. And the 6 is Escape Mission. Michael Davila Jr. rides. There's my top selection. 5-1, my best play of the day. Escape Mission off the claim for Ronnie Breed Jr. 2 for 6 so far this meet. Horse hasn't raced since November. Last seen for a nickel, he runs for 11 today. So instead of waiting for the nickel race, runs him for 11, no waiver. Love the fact that he's raising this horse up in class. So War Smoke, the number 4, who's my second choice, is the likely speed in here. But he's raced 3 times in around 34 months. Hard for me to endorse a horse like that. I'm hoping War Smoke goes and Escape Mission sits right off of him. Picks him up and lays him down in the lane. So far, that kind of looks like the trip you want today. Save Bustin' Roxy, who was just better than that bunch in a second, I think. I wouldn't mind just being the first one to come calling. That's what Escape Mission will likely do here. For third, I went to the 2, Captain of My Heart, Linda Dixon off the claim. Miss Wobbles almost got it done just now. Not off the claim, off the layoff, I should say. This one in for the waiver, last seen for this level. Actually made a handful of starts at this level. And didn't do much running, saved 2 back. That was back in October, last race in November. And New York Riesling, who won that day, is back later on in the card today, same barn. We'll see what Captain of My Heart can do. Would need a little pace up front. Those connections would be hoping that Escape Mission and War Smoke hit early. 6-4-2 for me. Profitability taking some money. I didn't like Profitability today. He was the first winner of the meet. Got a perfect trip that day. Maybe he sits the same trip behind the 4 and the 6. Who knows? Dropping down for the tag after a maiden special weight win. 6-4-2 for me as some money comes in late on Escape Mission. Couple of minutes to post here. Pick 5 begins. Best of luck if you're playing. You have about a minute. 1 minute to post. And the field for race 4 is behind the gate. It's post time. 30 Oysters goes in. Followed by Captain of My Heart. Profitability up next. Slight favorite War Smoke goes in. Looking grand loads. And Escape Mission's the last to load. It's the start of the pick 5. They're in the gate. And they're off. Off a beat slowly there was Looking Grand. On the outside, that's Escape Mission. Towards the rail, that's 30 Oysters. These two split by the speedy War Smoke. 3 across the track. 2 more back to Captain of My Heart and Profitability. And after the stutter step start, Looking Grand trails the field. 30 Oysters the first to give way. War Smoke and Escape Mission hook up here as Profitability looks to move into third through an opening quarter of 22-3. Backing up is 30 Oysters, trying to make a race of it. From the back is Captain of My Heart, and the trailer's Looking Grand. War Smoke and Escape Mission at each other's throat as they come off the turn and into the stretch. 30 Oysters tries to re-rally along the inside, and down the center's Profitability. Escape Mission just put War Smoke away. Profitability, a serious challenger towards the center. Escape Mission's almost home. Profitability, dead aim. Escape Mission, Profitability, Escape Mission, and Profitability, Escape Mission. Oh, that got close. It looks like Escape Mission held off Profitability, who reached just on the wire. Dead tight here in the 4th. That's a photo finish. Hold all tickets. Number 6, Escape Mission was first. 3, Profitability second. 1, 30 Oysters third. 4, War Smoke finished 4th. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 6, Escape Mission. The 5-year-old gelding, a son of Mission Impassable. Out of the Stanislavski mare, Caught by You, was bred in New York. Escape Mission's owned by Ronald Breed Jr. and Jessica Breed. Trainer, Ronnie Breed Jr. Winning rider, Michael Davila Jr. And it's official. $2 double 1-6, $227 even. $2 exacta 6-3, $45.80. 50-cent try 6-3-1, $69 even. 10-cent super 6-3, $1-4, $27.30. 50-cent pick 3, 3-1-6, $104.62. And the 50-cent pick 4, 6-3-1-6, $3,019 even. The fifth race is up next. It's the start of the late pick 4. There are no changes in race 5. Post time is in over 20 minutes.
9 minutes to post for race number 5, and Escape Mission by the narrowest of margins. Good finish with profitability. Couldn't quite rein them in. Good call by our announcer, Anthony Stabile. Like that one. Escape Mission getting the victory. Michael Davila for Ronnie Breed Jr. is off to a pretty good start. $12 winner in the 4th that starts off the pick 5. All right, 5th race goes the distance of 5 furlongs, and look at the board. The outside horse, Son of Darkness, getting some play. Son of Darkness coming off a pretty good finish against Old Man winner. Debo also in that race. Debo's the one I went with mainly because of the trip. He's going an outside to inside move, where last time he was hung out on the outside. Ran a decent 3rd behind Old Man winner, Son of Darkness. Now he gets the inside. Son of Darkness stays outside. But Debo should get a nice trip right behind Stone Guitar, who figures to the inside speed, and Holy Cowboy, who could be the pressing speed. And Debo, certainly hard not to use, at least in the top 3. It's just a matter of getting the right kind of trip to get to the victory. He's at 2-1 with Son of Darkness, currently at odds of 8-5. Son of Darkness been around a little bit with different owners and trainers here at Finger Lakes, now trained by Carl O'Callahan, and a good effort, to say the least, coming back from Penn National, going 4.5. That's the first time ever running the 4.5 furlongs. So usually he makes a good account of himself, no matter what the track condition, the competition at the bottom level. He's got good early speed. He was, of course, with a ton of speed early in his career, but he's also one that can have an outside pressing or stalking trip here, and another one that's hard not to use in race number 5. The 4 horse is Sneeds. Sneeds, maybe more of a long distance horse, but he's run okay going short too. A couple seconds last year at the 5,000 level in sprint races, and his 4.5 furlong race wasn't that bad. It's not like he's that far out of it behind Son of Darkness and Debo, and he could improve making his second start, and maybe the extra half furlong would probably help this horse the most, a horse that doesn't really have any kind of sprint speed. Exacta Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts in race number 5. You got about 7 minutes to post.
the field for race 5, the start of the late pick 4 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Debo with Michael Davila Jr. looking for back-to-back wins. The 3 is Along Came the Prince with Jose Baez. The 4 is Sneeds. Cabercoa is in the saddle. He looks for a second win on the card, as does Anthony Rodriguez on the 5. Holy Cowboy. The 6 is Son of Darkness and Jackie Davis. And excused from the post parades, the number 2, Stone Guitar with Jeremiah Flores. All right, folks, we got the best play of the day home at $12 escape mission. Let's see if we can keep the ball rolling here. A couple of 9 to 5 shots, and I thought it was pretty much a 2-horse race between the 1 Debo and the 6 Sound of Darkness. I went to the 6 Sound of Darkness. Dave and I were talking on Takes from the Lakes, which you can catch at around 12:15 each and every day, right after the anthem and changes here at Finger Lakes. Dave was hypothesizing that maybe Son of Darkness likes a target. Well, he could possibly have that in Stone Guitar. I don't know if Stone Guitar still has his speed, but if he does, Son of Darkness should have a target to run at. If Stone Guitar no longer has his speed, the lead belongs to Son of Darkness, I think. I think it could be his either way, but Jackie Davis, from that draw, is able to play the break and see what Stone Guitar does. Either way, I think Son of Darkness looked good in his return to the circuit after wintering at Penn National for Carl O'Callahan for a couple of starts. He's got a couple of wins here at Finger Lakes. Old Man Winter came to play last week, 2 weeks ago, I should say, and this 7-year-old gelding raced just fine. Great draw, good position. Again, I think you want to be forward. You don't necessarily be on the lead, but be the first one to come knocking on the door. Debo, you know, there's a version of Debo that, like his human counterpart, Debo Samuel, would run through a brick wall against his field. I don't know if that version still exists. He finished 3rd last time, and he got beat a little over a length. But to me, it felt like he could have gotten beat 15 lengths. He was never, ever, ever winning that race last time. And he just didn't punch. And I think the tote board here is telling. He's 2-1. Son of Darkness is even money. I thought those roles would be reversed in here. Maybe the board's telling us something. And then I put Stone Guitar 3rd. He's got some back clasp. He raced well enough last time, I thought, off the layoff to give him one more shot maybe against the allowance company. But Donna Beretta decided to just drop this horse right back in for the nickel, where he's been very competitive for 5,000 all of last year. He missed the board just once when she bumped him to the allowance level. He was 1st or 2nd in 5 of his 6 starts last year, 4 seconds, in fact. 6-1-2 for me. Late pick 4 kicks off here. If you're not alive in the pick 5, or even if you are, get involved. Don't forget, free PPs each and every day for Finger Lakes live racing over at fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of Equibase. A couple of minutes to post for the 5th. Get your pick 4 tickets in. Best of luck here at Finger Lakes. Post time in a minute. Field for race 5's headed to the gate. Less than a minute. The field for race 5 is at the gate, and it's post time. Field of 6 set to load to kick off. The late pick 4, Debo, is in first, followed by Stone Guitar. Along Came the Prince goes in. Here's Sneeds. Holy Cowboy goes in. And the last to load is your slight favorite, Son of Darkness. They're in the gate. And they're off from the far outside. Son of Darkness shows first along the inside there. Stone Guitar between horses. Holy Cowboy mixes it up a length back to Along Came the Prince. The two trailers are Sneeds and Depot, 5 lengths from front to back. Holy Cowboy emerges with the lead. Son of Darkness and Jackie Davis right on his tail in second. Dropping back along the inside, there's Stone Guitar. Moving up is Debo. The two back markers are Along Came the Prince and Sneeds, 22-1 for the opening quarter. Long shot Holy Cowboy dealing with the favorite, Son of Darkness. These two midway on the turn. Son of Darkness just put his head in front of Holy Cowboy. Debo down the center as Stone Guitar backpedals off the turn and into the stretch. Holy Cowboy trying to see it through. Son of Darkness hounds them the whole way. Here comes Debo. And Debo strikes the lead just inside the 16th pole. And Debo begins to edge away. It's Debo by 2, Debo by 3, Debo by 4. Late run from Sneeds, but Debo wins by 3.5. Then Sneeds, Son of Darkness, photo for 4th. 59-1 the final time. Number 1, Debo was first. 4, Sneed second. It's a photo for 3rd. Six, Son of Darkness was 3rd. 5, Holy Cowboy finished 4th. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 1, Debo. The 6-year-old gelding's the son of Majestic City out of the Super Saver mare, Queen Buxley. The New York bred's owned by Forgotten Man Racing Incorporated, trained by Asaph Ronan. Natural riding double for Michael Davila Jr. And that Michael DeVilla Jr. double 2-1, $2 double 6-1 paid $27.60. $2 exacta 1-4 48.40. 50-cent try 1-4-6 25.75. 10-cent super 1-4 6-5 $30.20. And the 50-cent pick 3 161 $167.75. Race 6 comes up next. The final pick 3 of the day kicks off in race 6. No changes in the 6th. Race 7, scratch the 1A, Money Making Kaz. Race 7, scratch to 1A. And in race 8, scratch to 3, Tracy's Girl. Race 8, take out the 3. Post time for the 6th is in just over 21 minutes. 2 claims out of race number 5. The number 2, Stone Guitar, to owner-trainer Carl J. O'Callahan. And the number 6, Son of Darkness, new owners Paul and Autumn Cole, new trainer Jimmy Patine.
All right, 11 minutes to post for race number 6, and that was Michael Davila winning both the race 4 and race 5, both with picture-perfect rides. He was able to move at the right time with escape mission and nose out the victory. Debo, very patient ride, was able to let them duel it out and then go by. Michael looking really good. He gets that victory for Asaf Ronan. 6th race, a maiden event for Fillies and Mares, going a distance of 5.5 furlongs. And was thinking that this one might take some play. The 4, Sky's Winning Bid, will be making her debut for M. Anthony Ferraro in this maiden event. Some decent works, and this is a Kentucky bred, well bred, making her first career start, and she's out of Tip Top Tap, who's by Tappet, Kentucky bred. Dan was a foal to Ring Weekend, who was graded stakes winner, multiple graded stakes winner, of course, by Munnings, who's not bad with firsters. This one, Positive Sign, is taking some early play, and right now at odds of 6-5. The 2, Dale Avenue, her second start was her first start of the year, and it was a very good one. And looked like she was going to win the race, and a little bumping at the end. And she was at odds of 28-1 that day, and almost pulled off the big upset over favored Call Me Penny. And that was after not really breaking that sharp. So she's on the improve, and she'll be making her second start of the year. Logical horse off of that effort as Michael Davila looks to make it 3 in a row, and he's got a live one to do so, as this one is getting some early play. The 1 is Jayla. Jayla's been no worse than 4th in the last 6 starts, That includes all different racetracks, Aqueduct, Charlestown, Turfway, different surface, well, different surface as well. And this one turned way back in distance last time after running in mile races. Actually ran pretty decently. Maybe it was good, was right behind that slow pace last time and wasn't that far behind Dale Avenue in that race. It was really no threat at any time to win in that race, but still ran well considering how much shorter that distance was. So another one that has that inside position that could get in the number here. Has had a lot of chances, though, throughout his career, as he's had 16 starts, but fits nicely if you're playing tries and supers from that rail position. The 3-horse is Cant Beck, and this one will go first-time Lasix after making her debut at 14-1. She was in the same race, and she actually broke poorly in that race. Couldn't really overcome the break, never really in it, so tough to gauge how good she is. She was working well up until that race, and of course these Linda Dixon trainees have been running well early in their career. So with a better break and a good trip, you got to figure this one should show some good improvement in race number 6, and she is getting that early action a little bit at odds of 5-1 with a lot of the play on the first time start. Now there are 2 firsters in her. The other one is the 5, Ain't No Lady, for Jeffrey Engelhardt. This one's out of a stakes winner. Another one that's a Kentucky bred. They paid $12,000 for this one as a 2-year-old. Not the fastest of works for her first career start, but another one that does have some decent breeding and is getting a little bit of play as well at odds of 9-2. So pretty competitive maiden race is race number 6. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here.
The field for race 6 is on the track. The one is Jayla. Emmanuel Diego looks for his second win on the card. The 2 is Dale Avenue, as Michael Davila Jr. looks for a natural hat trick. The 3 is Kent Beck with Nazario Alvarado. The 4 is Sky's winning bid. K. Barcoa looks for a riding double. The 5's Ain't No Lady. Has been excused from the post parade. There's the 6, Joyful Departure, and Joel Cruz. And out there somewhere is Ain't No Lady with Andre Worry. There's Kent Beck and Nazario Alvarado. Maidens warming up here. The 2 firsters taking the bulk of the action here. There's Ain't No Lady and Andre Worry. That's one of your 2-1 favorites right there, Ain't No Lady. I don't have this filly anywhere. 3-year-old daughter of Palace Malice. They paid just $12,000 for her. I don't bought her in November. I no clue what's going on with her. She's taking the money. Same money as that filly right there, Sky's winning bid, who they paid $100,000 for last May. Now you could say, well, they paid $100,000 for her last May. Where has she been? I don't know. You tell me, and we'll both know. I know the work tab has been steady, if not spectacular, since March 9th. 3 local works over the Finger Lakes course, including a breeze at this 5 furlong distance from the gate. Daughter of Munnings. Mare Tip Top Tap by Tappet with that name, as you would imagine, as a full stakes winning sister. So there's some pedigree there, but I don't know if this filly can run 2 steps. We're going to find out as likely the favorite or the second choice. And I just had a hard time picking my second and third selections here. The 1, Jayla, who is now over 16, as Ralphie D and Emmanuel De Diego look to team up for a training and riding double here. Horse shipped in from Aqueduct. She's really been all over the place. Fairgrounds, Saratoga, Churchill, Turfway, Charlestown, Aqueduct. Now here at Finger Lakes. Good third at 12.5 to 1, almost 12.5 to 1 last time. She finished up nicely. She's already run 4 times this year, 16 times overall. 4 so this year, 9 last year, 3 as a juvenile. She's 7-2. Can she win? Yeah. Is the extra 16th of a mile going to help? Sure. But we'll see if she can. There's no speed on paper. The 4 fillies that have run really have shown very little speed. So you'd imagine one of the firsters, if they have some speed, are going to be tough in here. And then the 2, Dale Avenue. I hate betting horses. Now we talked about this a little bit earlier in the day with Miss Wobbles. Miss Wobbles didn't run particularly well. She wasn't second, beaten out 3/4 of a length at 28 plus to 1. She was 5th, beaten almost 10 lengths. I'll bet a horse off a race like that. I won't bet a horse that ran well at a huge price and comes back at a fraction of the price. Dale Avenue can win this race, 100%. She can win this race. She's one of half the field of 4-year-olds. The 1, 2, and 6 are 4-year-olds. The other 3 are 3-year-olds. 3, 4, 5. 3 for the second time started. The 3 Kent Beck and the 2 firsters. Dale Avenue can win, but you almost got the money at $59 last time. You're going to get 7 or 8 today. I guess she can win. I have Sky's winning bid. I am not overly confident. I would use the 3 of them if you're playing a late free pick 3, 1, 2, 4. I don't know what to do with Ain't No Lady taking the money. Andre Worry for Jeffrey Englehart. It's very interesting, just to field the 6, but a very interesting one. Don't forget free PPs. If you want to not listen to me or Dave and do it yourself, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. Grab your free PPs courtesy of Equibase. Each and every racing day here at Finger Lakes. We're racing today and tomorrow. No racing Wednesday. We canceled Wednesday. Racing today and tomorrow, obviously. Head over to equibase.com. PPs for tomorrow will be available right around 5:30 tonight. And don't forget, we're open early Saturday, 10 a.m. Full card simulcasting from historic Pimlico Racetrack in Baltimore, Maryland for the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. We'll see if Mystic Dan can win the second jewel and have a shot at the Triple Crown on June 8th at Saratoga for the Belmont Stakes this Saturday here for the Preakness. Watch and wager right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Doors open at 10 a.m. Got a couple of minutes till race 6 here at Finger Lakes. Kicks off the final pick 3 today. Best of luck. Less than a minute. The Phillies are making their way to the starting gate. Rider is off the 2, Dale Avenue. Dale Avenue was backed into the gate, and Michael DeVilla Jr., looking for a natural hat trick, climbs aboard inside the gate. Here's the one, Jayla, stepping forward. Can't Beck a little hesitant. Now Naz Alvarado off the number 3, Can't Beck. She goes in with a little help from our assistant starters. Fantastic gate crew here at Finger Lakes. And Alvarado will climb back aboard with his filly loaded. Rider still off the number 2, Dale Avenue. Late money comes in on the firster. Sky's winning bid. Bet down to 6-5 favoritism. She goes in. Fellow firster, Ain't No Lady, up next. And Big Long Shot, Joyful Departure, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Jayla, the first to show. Right alongside is Dale Avenue. These two hook up, and they're joined by Can't Beck. 2 lengths back. The firster, Sky's winning bid. Then a gap of 3 or 4 lengths to the 2 back markers. Their fellow firster, Ain't No Lady, and Joyful Departure. Dale Avenue speeds off to a length lead over Can't Beck, a length and a half back to Jayla through an opening quarter of 22-3. Then Sky's winning bid. Cabercoa trying to motivate the firster. It's a gap of 4 or 5 lengths back to both Joyful Departure and Ain't No Lady. Off the turn and into the stretch, Dale Avenue. Mikey DeVilla just took a peek back, looking for 3 in a row. Can't Beck with dead aim along the inside. Jayla. Sky's winning bid gets going late here. They're in deep stretch. Dale Avenue trying to hold off Can't Beck. Dale Avenue a length and a half. Can't Beck down the center. Sky's winning bid, but they're close to home. Dale Avenue and Can't Beck. Dale Avenue holds a diminishing head. Then it was Can't Beck, Sky's winning bid, and Jayla here in race 6 at Finger Lakes. Photo finish. Hold all tickets. Number 2, Dale Avenue was first. 3, Cantbeck second. 4, Skies Winning Bid third. 1, Jayla fourth. Returning to the winner circles, the number 2, Dale Avenue. The 4-year-old daughter of Redisdale out of the Pure Prize mare, Dean Avenues, bred in New York. 2 wins on the day for the connections of CP Thoroughbreds LLC and trainer Ronald Reed Jr. A natural hat trick for winning rider Michael Davila Jr. $2 double 1-2 $12.80. $2 exacta 2-3 $44.20. 50-cent try 2-3-4 $44 even, and the 10-cent super 2-3 4-1 $12.52. Race 7 comes up next. Kick off the late double in the 7th. Scratch the 1A money making Kaz. Scratch the 1A in race 7, and in race 8 scratch the 3 Tracy's Girl. Take the 3 out of the finale. Post time for race 7 is in over 21 minutes. Racing fans, don't forget the Preakness Stakes is this Saturday. Derby winner Mystic Dan goes for the second jewel of Thoroughbred Racing's Triple Crown. In the Preakness Stakes, watch and wager on all of the action this Saturday, May 18th, from historic Pimlico Racecourse in Baltimore, Maryland, right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Gates open 10 a.m. Preakness Stakes post time is 7:01 p.m. Advanced wagering begins on Thursday. Coming out for Saturday's Preakness Stakes. Gates open at 10 a.m. Live racing resumes tomorrow. We are canceled this Wednesday due to lack of entries. Canceled this week due to lack of entries on Wednesday. But we're here tomorrow, 5:30 tonight. You can go get your free online Finger Lakes past performances. Just go to fingerlakesgaming.com. It's that easy. Head over there tonight at 5:30 for your free PPs tomorrow. Free PPs courtesy of Equibase each and every day at fingerlakesgaming.com. If you're not a member of Finger Lakes Bonus Bets, now's the time. We're offering an incredible 8% rewards on your Finger Lakes wagers the month of May. Simply wager $2,500 per month on racing from Finger Lakes to receive the offer. New customers receive a $50 sign-up bonus once they've wagered $100. Head on over to fingerlakesbonusbets.com. You play, we pay. And in 2 weeks, Memorial Day, May 27th. Come spend Memorial Day here with us at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Chicken barbecue from noon to 5. Free live racing programs beginning at 11:30 a.m. when the gates open. An earn and get racing voucher promotion from noon to 4 p.m. How to bet seminars at 12:15 and 12:45 p.m. The Fairport Hots food truck will be back by popular demand on the track, apron, grandstand side, and of course, it's a Memorial Day tradition here at Finger Lakes. Our first stakes race of the season, the $50,000 George W. Barker, to be run at 6 furlongs featuring the top New York bred sprinters here at Finger Lakes. That's all on Monday, May 27th. Spend Memorial Day at the races here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. First post is 115.
Okay, 11-9 claimer is the 7th. What about Michael Davila today? That's 3 consecutive victories and perfect rides on all 3 of them. Very confidently ridden Dale Avenue, able to rate that one to get the win and hold off closing camp back. But also Ronnie Breed Jr. having a big day. That's the second win of the day for Ronnie Breed as Dale Avenue gets the victory in race number 6. Of course, looking good, the 2 starts that it's had this year. Scratch the 1A, Money Making Kaz out of the 7th. And some early play on the 3, New York Riesling. Logical based on last year's form. Won at the 11-9 when allowed to be loose in a 6 furlong race back in November. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case here, but it is a lot shorter, and you got a lot of questionable rivals in race number 7. I did think Dee's Wise Guy might be the quicker of the 2. Was unable to get the lead last time against allowance horses, so he'll get a little class relief, drop into the 11-9, and then Cool Cat Mandu would easily beat these horses. I think he's back in on Monday. It's a tough group. So Dee's Wise Guy hasn't been the same Dee's Wise Guy as we saw arrive here last spring when he put together a couple in a row and then ran 3rd behind Warsaichi. Tailed off after that, but last race against a tough field. This race a little bit easier, stays at the distance of 4.5. If he's able to clear New York Riesling early, maybe he could sustain that speed a little better today. And you're going to get a little better of the price, too. He's at odds of 2-1. Another horse to consider is the 1, Lucky Mucho Man, for underrated trainer Ramon Vazquez. This one also gets a drop in class after running against allowance horses. And if you look at his races against claimers last year, against the 11-9s, this horse was always right there. So, yeah, he was big odds last time. I don't think he'll be big odds today. Just on form, you got to figure he's got a big chance there, especially if this pace stops and comes back to him. It is only 4.5. I guess that's the one downside for Lucky Mucho Man. But you got a couple speed horses that might go a little quick early that he could, if he could stay in the race, maybe he could chase them down. He's at odds of 9-2. So those are the 3 main players in the 7th. Exactitri Super, a daily double offered. We scratched the 1A, Money Make a Kaz.
The field for race 7's on the track. The one's Lucky Mucho Man with Jeremiah Flores. The 2 is Take the Edge with John Berrios. Here's the 3, New York Riesling with Nazario Alvarado. The 4 is D's Wise Guy with Cabercoa. The 5 is The Jig Is Up with Anthony Rodriguez. And the 6 is Fighter Kite with Carlos Camilo. All right, late double time here as the rain falls just a bit at Finger Lakes. New York Riesling went to the bench in November off of a almost 4-length score at the 2-life level. Now Linda Dixon gets to bring this one back, fresh 4-year-old, in for the waiver for the 3-life level. Well, I'll tell you, he comes back to that last race. He's going to be awfully tough in here. He's got plenty of speed. Now, D's Wise Guy was able to handle him last year in May, and he handled him easily. It was the first start off the layoff for New York Riesling. D's Wise Guy was in form already, and he rattled off 3 in a row that were very, very good. D's Wise Guy. I don't like D's Wise Guy today because he's your 4 to 5 favorite. I think he's going to be. I don't know if he still has his speed. And New York Riesling's inside of him. They're right next to each other in the gate now with the scratch of the 1A money-making Kaz. Maybe they hit up. I don't know. I think New York Riesling's faster than him at this point in their careers. We'll see if D's Wise Guy takes it to him. One's 2 to 1, one's 4 to 5. I am surprised by that. I thought this would be flip-flop. We still got over 3 minutes to post, so maybe it changes. The horse that I think at a price that's interesting is the 6 Fighter Kite for Ralph D'Alessandro's already won a race on the card. I thought Fighter Kite was interesting. Last race was his second with Lasix, and it was just 13 days after his previous effort where he was just behind New York Riesling by about a length and change. Fighter Kite sat just off the pace, made the lead, and got the job done. He's another one, won the 2-life at this level. He's in for the waiver for the 3-life. He's got that cozy outside draw, and he can get a really good setup in here if New York Riesling and D's Wise Guy hook up. I can't believe he's 8 to 1 right now. I know Lucky Mucho Man taking a little money off of the class drop, and he's been competitive at these 11 3-life. He won the 2-life. He just missed by a neck right back in the 3-life last fall here at Finger Lakes. But his first race off the layoff, he didn't do an inch of running. We'll see if the class relief helps him. We'll see if the class relief helps D's Wise Guy. I think there was decidedly 2 schools of thought here. You went with the horses that were at this level, or you went with the droppers. I went with the horses at this level. For third, I put this Jig Is Up, but we need to make a third pick. I was more against the 1 and 4 than I was for the Jig Is Up. I thought the race was 3-6, 6-3. At those prices, I'll make an exacta box. Top pick is the 3 New York Riesling, who's 2 to 1, even money right now on D's Wise Guy. I don't see it. Maybe you do. Best of luck here as we kick off the late double at Finger Lakes. Less than a minute. Field for race 7 makes their way to the starting gate. The field for race 7 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Take the Edge goes in first. Next up is Lucky Mucho Man. New York Riesling goes in. D's Wise Guy. Hesitates just a second, then goes in. The jig is up. And the last to load is Fighter Kite. They're in the gate. And they're off. Far outside, Fighter Kite for the lead. There's the favorite D's Wise Guy in between. Along the inside is Lucky Mucho Man. Gap of about 3 lengths back to the jig is up. Then Take the Edge. And New York Riesling is at the tail end of the field. D's Wise Guy on a front-running mission here with Cabercola. They have a 5-length lead. It's all D's Wise Guy, 22-2. He's going to have to keep on going on the front end because the pack's closing in. Fighter Kite on the outside. Lucky Mucho Man. Then Fellow Gray, the jig is up. D's Wise Guy trying to see it through. Fighter Kite, maybe his only challenger. There are no challengers. They're close to home. And D's Wise Guy blew the doors off this one early and is going to win it by a diminishing 2.5 lengths. Then Fighter Kite. Lucky Mucho Man, photo for 4th, 52-4 for the 4.5. Number 4, D's Wise Guy was first. 6, Fighter Kite second. Number 1, Lucky Mucho Man was third. There's a photo for 4th. Please hold all tickets. Steward's inquiry into the start, focusing on the number 3, New York Riesling. Please hold all tickets. Steward's inquiry into the start, focusing on the number 3, New York Riesling. Hold all tickets. Fourth place goes remarkably to the number 3, New York Riesling. Still an inquiry. Hold all tickets. Return to the winner's circles, the number 4, D's Wise Guy. 4-year-old gelding by Practical Joke out of the Don Six mare, Dee Comet, bred in New York. These Wise Guys owned by TLC Thoroughbreds, trained by M. Anthony Ferraro. 2 on the day for K. Barcoa. Please note there is still a steward's inquiry. Hold all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. The stewards feel the number 3, New York Riesling, was compromised at the start and therefore has been declared a non-starter. New York Riesling ran for purse money only here in race 7. Win, play, show. Exacta try superfecta wagers with the number 3, New York Riesling, will be refunded. There'll be a consolation double ending here in race 7. Conso pick 3s, refund of the late double if you started with the number 3, New York Riesling. If you used the number 3, New York Riesling, in the pick 4, pick 5, or pick 6, you will get the favorite at final odds. That was your race winner, the number 4, D's Wise Guy. Again, the number 3, New York Riesling, after being compromised at the start, declared a non-starter and raced in race 7 for purse money only. New order of finish: 4, D's Wise Guy first, 6, Fighter Kite second, 1, Lucky Mucho Man third, 5, the Jig is up fourth. 4, 6, 1, 5, still unofficial here in race 7. Prices shortly. Race 7's official. $2 double, 2-4, $7.70. Conso double, $2, 2-3, $5.20. $2 exacta, 4-6, $4.50. 50-cent try, 4-6-1, $2.55. And the 10-cent super. 4-6-1-5, 95 cents. Again, number 3, New York Riesling, declared a non-starter for wagering purposes, raced for purse money only. Refunds available on all win, play, show, exacta, try, super, and starting daily double tickets. Race number 8, the finale, comes up next. Win, play, show, exacta, try, superfecta, wagering all available. Scratch the 3, Tracy's Girl. Post time for race number 8 is in 23 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, late rider change here in race 8. Rider change on the 1, bad connection. Made it get Carlos Camilo. Carlos Camilo rides the 1, bad connection here in race number 8.
All right, getting ready for race number 8, which will be the last race on this Monday's card. Looking back to the last race, Dee's Wise Guy got out there unchallenged, and it was just over early. There was a, a horse declared a non-starter. New York Riesling had an unprepared start, in the opinion of the stewards, and therefore would be considered a scratch for wagering purpose. Ran it for purse only and ran 4th. So if you did have that one, I believe Anthony already mentioned this, if you had that one in the pick 4, you would have gotten the post-time favor, which was the winner, Dee's Wise Guy. I believe there's consolation, pick 3s, and so on. We look at the last. We scratch the 3, Tracy's Girl, and you look at the board. It is more of an open race for this one. You do have Maddie Surprise, who dropped in class last time, but wasn't so much an easier race as it did have the presence of War Tapped, who just pretty much laid over the field. That horse just completely dominated, and everybody else was running for second. Now, she did lose second to Sweet Sugar Baby in that race, but that one did run earlier today. But this one had been running against tougher class competition, plus when she did run for 5 was against War Tap. So she's a logical player in race number 8, especially if the speed hooks up a little bit here. She's got Bad Connection, who's the speed from the rail, and you got Motley Sue, does have some early speed as well. Maybe not quite as quick, but she'll get to her early enough. Motley Sue, yeah, she gets a little bit of a break here since last year. Notice she had been off from June till October and didn't seem to be as good the last 2 starts of the year. She did have a kind of a poor start in her last race in November, and that compromised a front speed type horse when she did, and she just ran off the board in a race that wasn't a very good one. But Motley Sue, if she breaks well, she might be out there with the speed of Bad Connection, and who knows, a fresh Motley Sue could run a lot better here. Though when she did win, she did take advantage of very, very slow, advantageous races where she was kind of left alone on the lead. The horse that's the morning line favorite is the 1, Bad Connection. She is the inside speed. She didn't make the lead last time, and it wouldn't have mattered against War Tap. War Tap probably would have just eased on by her, even if she was left alone on the lead. But she did get that race under her belt. Speed is the name of the game for her. She's just a send and hope type horse, and if she can outbreak the rest of them, maybe she can hold on at least for a share in this one. And Bridal's Reign is kind of an interesting one because this barn is doing very well with already 2 wins on the day. Michael Davila also winning 3 races earlier today. So you got to think the hot hand here rides with Unbridled's Reign, who does come off the layoff. But if you notice, last year, this horse came off the layoff and won, going 5.5 furlongs. So let's see if history repeats itself for Unbridled's Reign, and Ronnie Breed Jr., Michael Davila can hook up for yet another win, as both of them already having a pretty good Monday card. Exacta Super offered in the last. We return with live racing tomorrow with a 1:15 first post.
The field for race 8 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Bad Connection. Note the rider change to Carlos Camillo. Here's the 2, Unbridled Rain. Michael Davila Jr. looks for 4 on the card. Scratch the 3, Tracy's Girl. The 4 is Maddie Surprise. Emmanuel De Diego looks for a riding double. The 5 is Motley Sue with John Davila Jr. The 6 is Bonfire Diva with Stephen Frett. The 7 is Pals Alley with John Berrios. And the 8 is Quiet Horizon with Jackie Davis. Little over 5 minutes to post for today's finale. Scratch the 3, Tracy's Girl. Field of 7, a couple of 2-to-1 shots right now. I have them first and third. The 4, Maddie Surprise. Di Diego looking for 2 on the card. Second off the January break. Finished third behind War Tapped and Sweet Sugar Baby last out. Sweet Sugar Baby finished third behind Bustin' Roxy earlier on the card. I just thought this filly needed the race under their belt. And I think a lot of Rachel Sells horses are going to need the race under their belts. And we've seen a couple come back and run okay second time. I think Maddie Surprise is one of them, one of your favorites right now at 2-to-1. I'm a little surprised, no pun intended, at how much money she's taking. But we'll see. Maybe people are climbing aboard the same wagon I'm on, that these horses are a little better after a race under their belt. 6-year-old Giant Surprise mare. Look to see her improve second off the break. The 2, Unbridled Rain. Boy, Ronnie Bree Jr., 2-bagger on the day. Everything's hitting on all cylinders right now. This horse made up a ton of ground when last seen in mid-November. Missing by 3 parts of a length. Was just a neck behind Bad Connection for second. Same condition. First time in the condition after winning the 2-life condition. And for the waiver, love how they get this free shot. Waiver claim is a very good thing for horse racing, especially at places like Finger Lakes here. This mare's been at the board in 11 of her 13 tries at Finger Lakes. Hard knocking 5-year-old Mohamed mare. She's a 2-to-1 on the board. And then the 5, Motley Sue. Motley Sue might get in front of these and forget to stop, kind of the way Dee's Wise Guy did. Now, Dee's Wise Guy obviously was helped by the fact that New York Riesling. What a job by Naz Alvarado to stay aboard. Got 4th before the money was refunded. Wild there. Motley Sue's last 2 late races leave a lot to be desired, and the fact that she was competitive in all the special weight races, competitive in the allowance races, and then the June to October layoff in for the tag immediately, and she didn't do any running, and then they dropped her to this 5,000 3-life level, and she ran okay. Both worry me. The fact that she's in for the waiver is probably a good sign. And she's 8-5 now, so those are the 3 I would focus on: 4, 2, and 5. Morning line favorite, the 1, Bad Connection, dead as disco on the tote board at 8-1 right now. We'll see if any late money comes in. Remember the rider change there for Carlos Camillo. Back at it tomorrow. First post 1:15, right around 5:30 tonight. How far away are we from 5:30? About an hour away. Head over to fingerlakesgaming.com for your free past performances for tomorrow's card. Best of luck here in the finale. You have a little over 3 minutes to post. See you tomorrow. Post time in a minute. The field for race 8's behind the gate. And it's post time. Set to load for the finale. Bad connection goes in. Unbridled Rain is next. Followed by Maddie's Surprise. Current even money favorite Motley Sue goes in. Bonfire Diva loads. Long Shot Pals Alley's up next. And the last to load is Quiet Horizon. They're in the gate. And they're off from the rail. Bad connection right to the lead. Bonfire Diva to the outside. And second along the inside is Unbridled Rain in third. Then we come back to the favorite Motley Sue moving up alongside of Maddie Surprise. The two trailers are Pals Alley and Quiet Horizon up front. Bad connection a length in front of Bonfire Diva. A couple of mid-prices, 22 and 4 the opening quarter. Unbridled Rain closes in And Motley Sue, the one speedy Motley Sue, going to have to come from a half dozen off of it. From the back, Maddie Surprise off the turn and into the stretch. Bad Connection dealing with Bonfire Diva. Motley Sue down the center, weaving throughs Unbridled Rain. Bonfire Diva hit the front and opened up a 2-length lead. She put Bad Connection away. Late rally from Motley Sue, but it's way too late as Bonfire Diva is on her way to a 4-length win. It was Bonfire Diva in the finale over Motley Sue, Unbridled Rain, and Bad Connection. 59-4 for the final 5/8 of the afternoon at Finger Lakes. Number 6, Bonfire Diva was first. 5, Motley Sue second. It's a photo for third. Number 2, Unbridled Rain was third. 1, Bad Connection finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 6, Bonfire Diva. 5-year-old mare by Frisian Fire out of the Harlan's Holiday Mare Holiday Dreaming is owned and trained by Omani Williams, winning rider Stephen Frett. And it's official. $2 double 4-6, 39.40. $2 exact to 6.5, 53 even. 50-cent try, 6.52, $43.25. 10-cent super, 6.5, 2-1, $37.85. 50-cent pick 3, 2-4-6, 20 even. Conso pick 3, 2-3-6, 14.50. Pick 4, $50.87. Pick 5, $377.75. Nobody picked 6, 5 out of 6, $417. Pick 6 carryover of $2,504.91 into tomorrow's Tuesday card. That wraps up the live racing for this afternoon. 8 race card on tap tomorrow. First post is at 1:15. On behalf of the broadcast team, staff and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm Big A, Anthony Stabile. Thanks for joining us on this Monday. Again, racing resumes tomorrow. Free PPs, courtesy of Equibase, over at fingerlakesgaming.com, will be up at around 5:30. We hope to see you then. Until then, please arrive home or wherever you're going safely. Have a great night.